Great. I hope settings are correct. Let me check microphone. First, I might change the title. Let's see. This is life management. I forgot whether I used life management or random. I don't know. Begin. Plan for the stream. So, after the little break, I don't remember when that break happened. How long was it? Yeah. Your channel. 9 days ago. Okay. It feels like more than 9 days, but Hyrox. Yeah, that's good. Means that my life has had some meaning and action. Let me start a new note. Stream 35. What is the plan? I want to kind of revisit my notes, reviews, plans, because a lot has happened in the past 1.5 months. I want to kind of go through it to myself as well as to document it here. What did I write to the title of the stream? Can I see it? Wait, no, I can't. Stream settings. Update on life, update on plan, AI workflow. Okay. So, developing how I use AI in my learning and working. That's the second part. And if I have time, create or continue creating LinkedIn bio, because still I don't have that. Revisit my notes, previous plans. Let's change this. It will be probably life management. Revisiting my previous plans. Yeah. And let's pin this, unpin this, change it here. Excalibur draw. Just add the wrong title. Okay, I have so many notes. I want to kind of say it here, maybe I have said it before, but the way I plan and decide is not, I don't know what I will actually do. I think many people, or all the people who have known me knows this, that I'm here, I might create a plan and say, hey, I want to achieve this. But then when I actually move there, I stop at here, and then I made another goal. Now I say, hey, I want this. then I move to that direction, and then I might pivot even more. So this is how it works. It's I think very clear to most people, but just wanted to point it out that it's important to know this before making plans, that in the end it's supposed to be a direction, it's a vector. It's not about this, what the actual goal is. It is important that the goal is something that I feel that, hey, I want this, I can reach this, and then move towards it. But then it's important not to lose motivation when suddenly another goal appears. But wait, now I don't want this, I want this, and I move towards that. This is the journey. And that's very much the case here in my plans, that I started from somewhere, then very quickly I made website, or I started to use Obsidian. I did create the website with Obsidian, but then I switched to my own website. So I have a lot of kind of plans that I never did. I never finished my thesis. But I have managed to get forward, of course. And many of these concepts that I have explained, they haven't changed, because they're just kind of facts. They are based on logic and my experience that I can surely say is true. In my whole life, I can see how it is true and it's logical, so on. So many of these are kind of random thoughts, but they're true. But the plans, the ideas, what I will do, what the future will look like, those of course will change. And I'm someone who doesn't care at all. I try something and then I forget it. At least that's what I would like to do. Very often I tend to cling on things too much, especially subconsciously. I don't realize it, that hey, actually I'm living by this rule that I created myself many years ago, that life should look like this. It's ridiculous. Helper of Humanity, yes, this is the latest God. Okay, I think this was the work of the last time that I did, last stream. Then I think I updated this. Game Fan Politics, yeah, I haven't done this. Haven't done this schedule. What is this? Social interaction, yeah. Communication difficulties. This was way past 2 months ago. Okay. I think the focus has changed a little bit. I was focusing on Helper of Humanity more, but now, or maybe I could say that I have reached this state already. I'm already a helper of humanity, because I don't even think about it. It's obvious. But the output, I don't do much still. I don't have the skills to help. I have noticed that the communication part is super easy. It's so easy. I don't need to focus on that at all at the moment, but rather the skills. I'm continuing the Gamifying Politics project, which includes creating a game, and that will be a website for now. I don't have the skills, or I don't code comfortably because I haven't made good AI integration into my working habits. That's why I wrote it in the plan. I have talked about my mental state in previous videos, especially this, and maybe I think this was kind of offside, not that important. I rarely think about it. I just wanted to mention how I think about death, and maybe at the transition to make my life more difficult, but to have more potential, more interesting life. And this. And yeah, difficulty to change because of these connections that are stretching and holding me back if I don't cut them. Okay. One way to describe the latest happenings is there is less and less problems in a way in my life. Whenever how do I visualize this? So let's say there are two states, state 1 and state 2. And state 1 has very, or not that high level of let me copy this here. So this means did I write it correctly? Not sure. So level 1 has lower level of consciousness. And I might color it that. So not that high, and then here I basically think about my life, or I can simplify it like this. Either I'm conscious that I'm currently, that I can browse what's happening in my life, what time is it, what stress could I have, so on. And then less conscious state. It's still conscious, of course, but just way less, where I focus on one thing at a time. This is the one bubble, then the next one, then the next one. Whereas this state is state where I see the bubbles. here I can lose myself, start watching YouTube or TikTok, and then in 2 hours between the next here, in this transition phase, I suddenly realize, wait, what am I doing? And my consciousness rises, and I look at the clock. Wait, I have spent 2 hours. What happened? Or then and then I might have like 40% consciousness. I realize what has happened, but then I don't have energy, and I move to the next thing. So this is very blind mode, whereas this is not. So that, yeah, this basically explains these two states. And what has happened lately is this state feels more empty. That whenever I have come to this state, I have felt that there are so many things I need to do. There are so many things. That I have always something to discover in myself. But what has happened is I have done some cleaning and realized, or okay, how do I describe the cleaning? I have just pretty much realized, okay, or thought about the important things in my life. And gone through it in a big picture and realized that it's way smaller now. It has only a few very simple things. That previously there were so many undiscovered things about this reality, this world, myself. And it felt endless, that this is my life's experience, conscious experience. There's always something to discover or go through. But I have come to the point where there really isn't. My conscious state has become simpler and simpler, and it keeps shrinking. And that has felt new. I have so much space. I don't know what to do with this, or at least in the beginning. It felt wrong, odd. That this huge thing, huge mystery that I had to use time for years. It has been my custom to start a private blog and start yapping about everything. But and especially about this, some issue in my life, some stress. But now there's nothing to do, because I have realized what life is, my life is. And I am realizing it more clearly each day. And the development will happen, but not in this state. This is a state of planning, looking at my life, the overview of it. whereas doing is more like here, that I plan, make a good plan, and then start working, start doing something. So that's the transition that will happen, that I just don't have anything to think about. Philosophy, I cleared that long time ago. Now if I were to think about philosophy or psychology, it would immediately be a task, and not, and of course I would need consciousness, but it wouldn't be about myself anymore. This is personal, because I have nothing to do. It's like I had a house and so there was always something to clean, but then suddenly I don't have anything to clean. That I can continue cleaning, but only if I go to someone else's place and clean. But I have nothing to do. Yeah. It is very difficult to explain because it's, yeah, deep feelings. Maybe you can get the point. And so this has meant that the focus is now on the other part of life, which is doing. And there I have always had difficulties finding joy of work. There are so many excuses. What should I do? And then one thing that I have probably mentioned is the feeling that more understanding of humanity, reality, myself will not bring happiness. That I would get unhappy, feeling sad, the more I know. Or that there would become a point where I just can't enjoy culture or anything, get depressed. I have gone through that idea many times and cleared it, but still it's another thing to remove it from subconsciousness, from affecting my thoughts, my feelings. And what have I done yesterday, I think it was, and today, is to think about the difference between entertainment and, maybe I can use a shape for this. Looks better. Nope. Entertainment and work. What to choose? So if I'm here, what to choose? This is an interesting question. That if I have free time, no external pressure, what should I do? I have been wired to think that, of course, entertainment, that this is the correct answer. I have to choose entertainment over work. Why? Because everyone else does this. At least most people. There are people who go home and choose work, but their reasons for doing that are not the same as what I have. Some person might have wiring in their brain that is influenced by their parents. They forced them to work, or their culture, that the environment they grew up. They were wired to think about always work, that you have to work very hard to achieve success and happiness. I don't have that. I have always had this entertainment. So I can't use that trauma as a motivator to work. So why do I want to work? For me, life is becoming so easy that there really isn't difference between work and entertainment. Many entertainment, I think about my life work, helping humanity in some way. League of Legends, I talked about how I like the marketing of it. I like, well, yeah, marketing mainly. Or I like to know about culture, gaming culture, to get closer to some group of people. So in entertainment, I do think about work, kind of. And then when I work, coding is fun most of the time. Socializing is fun most of the time. But it's still, work does have a stigma, does have some thing that makes it difficult to choose. And I mean subconsciously, especially, that I started to think about, okay, why should I choose entertainment? Previously, and even a week ago or 2 weeks ago, the argument for choosing entertainment would have been that I don't know what to do with work, that I can't choose. It was too difficult to understand all my life, to have cleared out all the barriers, because it's very, very difficult to get to a conscious, peaceful state, and not in a bubble. I think many people they can find their own kind of safe place inside their consciousness, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about consciousness without any defenses. So feeling every feeling and feeling the reality directly. That state is not easy to find peace in that vulnerable state. So for that reason only, choosing work has not been possible, an option, really. some work I have done where I have gotten external motivation, that maybe I have some schedule and that gives me motivation to do it. But I'm talking about work outside of kind of real work or common. Lights to 20%. Yeah, better. So I'm talking about work where the only motivation or the motivation is coming from me directly, not anyone else. I'm doing something just because I want. And for that, I need to have clear understanding of who I am, what am I doing, where does this motivation come from, and controlling all the emotions. So this I couldn't do a week ago because it immediately would raise the question, okay, how do I feel about this? I feel anxious because of some other thing that causes anxiousness. It was just too much work. So I would choose entertainment. But now is the situation where I have very few things that could be a problem. So I started to think about this again. And I realized now I can do it. But there is very, very strong habit of how I think about work, how I think about entertainment or feel. Yeah, not think, but feel. That entertainment is something obvious. Of course, I'm gonna choose entertainment because that's what I have done almost 28 years. And I have avoided work. How do I change that? I started to go through some arguments that I could analyze from that emotion. And yeah, not surprised that many of them doesn't matter anymore. That I realized that entertainment, one motivation is, or the argument is, that everyone else does this. But because I'm not like everyone else, I don't care about them or their motives, their social pressure. It's just boring and I'm more happy making my own fundamental rules. And then how I think of work. Most people I know, they don't like working. Or they think differently from work. For me, work is reading news, creating solutions, is coding, being in contact with and collaborating with people who want to do good. And almost my whole life, or pretty much my whole life, work has meant stress. That my mind will automatically assume that I will get anxious if I choose work. If I have to contact some person that's reaching, that I have described some earlier video. Where is reaching? Here. That work is somewhere here, and it includes stuff that I haven't even discovered. But right now, work is very much comfort zone. So it doesn't apply anymore. But all of those feelings, they need to be updated. So that's what I have done now. changing how I feel about entertainment and work. I have made private vlogs, so these more original ideas and feelings are stored. So maybe in the future I will use them. I don't know. Well, if I have time. But yeah, and one way I realized I was thinking about or feeling about this is that if I choose entertainment, there is no well, it's completely neutral. There's nothing after this. I can choose this and then from this point on choose again. But this doesn't mean anything. It's just kind of wasting time. My life moves on and that's it. I don't need anything and I don't get nothing out of it. But this work, if I choose work, I immediately start to think entertainment, that by working for some time, I would gain access or time to entertainment. But why do I have that feeling? That there needs to be a reward for work. And of course, for those people who think about work, most people, I would assume, negatively, that's good that you think about rewards. But in my case, this is almost easier, or choosing this should be actually easier now than choosing this, or as easy. But it's just walk in the park. Doesn't mean, or it doesn't matter what I'm working on. It doesn't matter if I'm creating a new company or coding 12 hours a day. It's just walk in a park. There's nothing there emotionally. Physically, yes, I could get, or I would get tired, but that I don't care. Or it doesn't matter. So removing that idea, that feeling that if I choose this, then I need to do this afterwards. That this is the ultimate goal. No, it's not. And that's interesting in the whole thing, that I have those deep-rooted feelings that say that entertainment is the goal. But really, in my case, it shouldn't be anymore. And one way out of it was to, or one thing that helped me at least a little bit, is think of a layer where everyone is, or this is the norm, that most people or almost everyone are here. Okay, maybe I should group this. This is the social dimension. People are so affected by everyone else, and it's very, very difficult to escape. The connections are just that strong. But one way I have kind of tried to visualize this is by thinking that I can create my own dimension. So without using social norm, everyone else, I'm consciously choosing myself. So this mental image idea helps a little bit to think about this from my perspective, why I should be influenced by how my environment thinks about this. Thinks about this. Okay, I think that's pretty much what I wanted to explain. And this is the main point here, I guess, that it's way simplified now. And this idea, all of these ideas now laid the ground rules what I can do with this. Most people will settle heavily. They will settle on the cars that are given to them. But as I point out here, that I'm okay in going to another or create my own dimension, live there. I want to, it's not just want, I need to do something else than what normal people do. Because, well, I have the potential for it. That's why I can't look away. It's like after getting to know something, you can't unknow it, forget it. This is similar. I have to keep moving and want more. I just have to. So I'm thinking about breaking the norms. And one example is I want to increase the pace that I think and, well, also to communicate because of that. But thinking is more important for me. And gaining motivation for that energy. I can't use outside motivation. It just isn't there, or I'm not affected by it. For example, that example where someone is very motivated to work because of some trauma. I can't use that. Or some people want money to get or feel powerful. I don't need that. I can't use that because I gain nothing from it. I'm as powerful as I will ever be already. So I have to invent my own motives. But that has much more potential than what people normally do, because now that I'm on my own dimension, I can move freely without needing to reconnect myself. One way to visualize this is also we use just some shapes. Let's copy this a few times. Come on, PC, you can do it. So let's say there are some predetermined qualities. Quality 1 and quality 2. These are 9 just some qualities that are affected by social norms. And some people could choose or how it works is some people choose this, and then from quality 2 they choose this. And if they are kind of naturally here, say there. So before I think I can explain it by this. Okay. So some person have some quality. It might be their communication style, their role in their group when they were a child. Some are leaders, some are followers, some are the clown, and some take the smart role. There are a lot of different roles. But of course, it's not perfect. Everyone is unique. But because of social norms, people tend to look for how others look and communicate and do everything, and they start to copy them. These are idols, these are, well, idols, yeah. And what happens is that this person chooses or changes themselves to copy one quality, one kind of defined quality. And that quality is very often, let's say, that per people with this quality, let's say people who use or people who have or like to use leather jackets and have tattoos, this is that quality. They often smoke, and maybe that's the quality 2, that habit. What happens is that this person who liked this, they just wanted to wear leather jackets and have tattoos. They were here. Maybe they were sporty, so on. So they weren't that close, but because of they wanted this, and these people very, very often do this. This person changed their personality to match that as well. And that's why there are so many people where you look at them, you see, hey, I know exactly that personality type or that type. That there are just some people who are very familiar what you have used or you are used to. But you know the exact same person, kind of. He does this, he does that, okay. And I can assume that he does that also. Hey, how did you know? And that's because it's human trait and I would guess also animal trait. That by doing this, you will define or make it easier for others to understand you and find your own group. It's very, very difficult to keep completely your own personalities, qualities, habits, and not be influenced by this. Because when this happens, when people know, okay, he is this kind of person, what they do is they assume quality 3, quality 4, and they treat them the same way that they treated other people who had these qualities, who were this type of person. And that enforces how they see them, but also this person who became this, they are now treated certain way. They accept that, they enforce that for themselves, that hey, I am now like this. Okay, yeah, but this is very, very basic stuff. I think many people will know this, but where I am at is by going to another dimension, I pretty much ignore this setup slots or states, that I will keep hold on this. It makes it more difficult maybe to communicate with others, because I'm now unique and they see that, okay, I don't know how to approach that person, how to be with that person. So for them it makes it more difficult, because they need to give extra energy or use extra energy just to understand me. But also for me, because of that social pressure, it might be difficult to keep doing this and not move to some predefined slot, social slot. In my case, I have never really had idols. So I have lived without the influence that many other people have experienced. But and the autism, the masking, I feel like is that I can't do this. I can't change my personality. But what I can do is I can act. That maybe if I'm here, that I can act in social settings that I'm this. Really, I'm not. So I'm unable to change myself. And that might be the reason why it's difficult for me and maybe introverts, I don't know, to be with others, because they don't, or they get trained, their energy levels get trained in social settings, because it's just too difficult to keep hold on that role. They are not really that person. But in my case, because I have realized who I am pretty well, and because of that, I'm able to create my own self, social self as well. My principles, and my motivation comes from myself and not from external factors. That's why I'm able to hold on this, and because I'm not acting anymore, I'm not trying to be a certain way, or try to resist the urge to go there. I don't feel social or my energy getting drained in social settings. Or I haven't been in that many new situations, but that's pretty much the case, that it has changed radically, and it will change even more in the future, so that I can be more peaceful in any situation, because I'm kind of myself. Yeah. Maybe that was a bit random, but anyways, moving on. The title was reducing my previous plans. I didn't have that clear of a plan. Let's see. I will go through these tasks again. Life work, RAC, understanding the world, reading philosophy, psychology, history, marketing skills, effective teaching, storytelling, communication skills, technical skills, news, follow the news the best way I know how, find out different news sites, reading fiction, money, applying to jobs, how can I present my skills, knowing what are my options and what's there in general, work, social life, schedule, meetups, social media, normal stuff, food, exercise, sleep, cleaning. Is this really my life? Seems quite simple. The plan, stream, which I'm doing now, but again, I think I will try to do more. Future communication skills, 5 minutes a day, haven't done. News, 5 minutes daily, haven't done. Applying to jobs, haven't even initialized this. Effective teaching, haven't done. Marketing skills, haven't done off the stream. Surviving, yes, I have survived. Came from politics, 3 hours a day. I'm trying to think even one day that I have managed to do 3 hours. I think, yeah. A week ago, yes, I spent more than 3 hours in 2 days. Or for 3 hours in both days, but yeah. Understanding the world, 10 minutes a day. Okay, social media, reading fiction, means I can forget. Okay, and then just some technologies. I have some experiences with web development, Java, Kotlin. Ooh, wonder how much I remember. Python, SQL, Windows environment, DaVinci, Photoshop, GIMP, Krita, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Linux, Mac, Unity, assembly. Okay, maybe. Okay, this list is not AI. Sure. No music, no porn. Okay, so that was there also. Sure. And let me go over the board. Honor Magic. Mealworm Farm. I will maybe in a few weeks, hopefully, the life cycle will kind of be full, or take a full circle. I'll make a video about this, or talk about it briefly on stream, but not now. Self-improvement, inner leader. Okay, there were these roles. Then visions for my life. Yeah, this was then big choice. Of course, I have forgotten that completely. Yeah, this also personalities in life, work, gamifying, politics, sport, thesis. That's finished. Removing waiting time. Remove music. not starting, checking everything. Before starting design. Yeah, okay. Not important. It's old stuff. Need for money. Terrible with money because I don't think about it. I don't care about it. This is setup. Music, right attitude, right amount of IRAC time management, chatbot, understanding. Okay. Death. Okay, what is this? Death, survival, philosophy, life is a game, life is meaningless. Biological pressure, life, work, partner, entertainment, sports, work, money. I must say, from this visual, I can't. So this is priority, of course. Death is the only certainty. So first survival, then gaining consciousness, having time to think. What do I do? Listen to biology. What does that say? In my case, life, work. And then after that only partner. And after that is everything else. And after that is money. I guess money in this case means that if I have money, I can spend it on life, work, or I don't know, survive with better food. Okay, but at least it's there, the priority, because this is very important for many. Okay, yeah, priority. Game development, web development, AI development, drawing, painting, designing, UK, dream, UI, UX, green presentations, 3D modeling, video editing. Where is the, it's here. So this is task, craft, Unity VR demo, personal website development, AI, writing old current ideas, drawing, painting, designing, screen presentations, moving abroad, 3D modeling, video editing, photography, game fan politics project, old vlogs to YouTube marketing, social media, reading fiction, vlogs back up to Drive, job market, teaching, storytelling, understanding the world, communication skills, news, speed reading, Iraq, VR 180 compilation video, LinkedIn post about my demo project. Never happened. I don't think I will do that. Exercising, isolating confidential stuff, life, work. Okay, there are some interesting speed reading. Yeah, I had forgotten that. Also, I think reading fiction. Previously, when I have successfully scheduled, there was always some fiction in the end of the day. But I think I would rather read non-fiction, maybe philosophy or psychology. But then again, before sleep, maybe shouldn't think that much. But that might go away. Photography, and many of these are kind of similar. Photography, social media marketing, what's the difference? Or designing, UA, UX, drawing, painting, screen presentations. This is the artistic, very visual skills that I would like to learn, but that are very similar. Just, yeah, 3D modeling, its own thing, video editing, VR demo. I'll change that. Okay, I want to revisit some more. Need for money, okay. What are music videos for? Daydreaming, softcore porn, help handle feelings. Yeah, that was that music thesis. Okay, the modes. Remember those. Start the video. Not sure what was this about. And this is in fact, I think, yes, I have two Vivaldis. I'm using this. I'm using music. Yes. What is code? Ah, it doesn't have an email. Okay. Firefox Chrome. So the setup to keep private stuff separate from public, it needs to be developed a little bit. I'm thinking of start to use Notion for private stuff. Right now it's public, but maybe I'll make that change. Note taking local text word, LibreOffice, Obsidian, Markdown, Google Do. What is this? Google Do. Online cross-platform mobile. Browsers. Yeah, and social media. We'll think about that later when I start outputting. Right now, as it is here, the stress will be on my output in general. The quality of it, the amount of it. That's the problem. As I said earlier, the communication, the social part is very easy. Getting a degree, this was before I ended getting a job, or after I decided already to stop my thesis. Getting a job, further education available. Less pressure on building my own business. And that was the correct thing to do. I have developed myself so much past that. And this I used in IRAC as well. Think about current stuff, current tasks and different categories. IRAC intense thinking as a session, okay. Forgotten that. Thinking tempo. I explained I want to increase that tempo. Self-development, communication skills, speed reading, Chinese, studying, drawing, money, my own business, looking for opportunities came from politics. That continues. Brand, my look, physical appearance, clothes, gestures, posture, eye contact, movement, community, effective altruism. And this is what I have started to invest into. I already had a conversation with one member who happened to be quite active in this effective altruism global community. I met him and we had very interesting conversation. So I will join intro program to effective altruism. I'm sure I will find many like-minded people who I will be collaborating with. And for this effective altruism, I don't see why I couldn't stream while I do some of the philosophical readings or go through some questions. I would think that the intro program would bring. So that's I think good good thing to document, and maybe some of them will be interested to hear my initial ideas and thoughts right after reading the questions and getting to know it. All right, this was about the setup. What is this? Effective altruism, game ideas. A quiz of EA knowledge. What is this? Play character exploring the EA timeline. Can be 2D. Okay. This was my kind of initial thoughts when researching this. What could be some improvements? Game where the most influential people are characters and the player gets to know them. Example of how charity donating works. Example of all the normal ways to help. Yes, so I had some critique or something to say about the website and overall how difficult for me it was to get to understand what it is, and still I haven't even tried, but I don't know that deeply what it means to be in part of that community, or what do they actually have accomplished. Process to think, process to feel happy, realize life, survive. There should be no self-made or external pressure. Listen to biological pressure, ignore helping humanity. Interesting. Last point, but that is to not rely on just pre-made assumptions or how I thought in the past, because this is about feeling happy in the moment. It's important to have fresh ideas and feelings, not rely on old ones. That because I chose to start working out, I need to continue. No, I lose motivation by doing that. Okay, people pay me to do life work. I create a business, job that improves life, work, education. So these are my 4 choices where to get. I guess, yeah, there are continuation of this, perhaps. So this would be the perfect, I think, that I can choose myself, or the community can choose that, hey, I should be focusing on this. It doesn't directly give money, but it's important. So I could, I could live and work on that without any hope of getting money from it. Create a business. That I have been thinking about from time to time, about consulting or coaching, but for that it is important to have skills and also know what it means. Can I do it? Is it legal to coach someone without a degree in psychology, or how can I market that legally? I'm not sure. My approach would be that, hey, I have these services, I can talk about anything, I can help you become a different person with zero fear of social embarrassment or shame, that you can exercise, train your new self with me, or just find yourself. Maybe you don't have motivation to work on yourself on your own. I can help you with that. So use me like a robot. That sort of business. Job that improves life work. This is the aim. at the moment I want to initialize, starting to look for jobs, especially outside of Tampere. And education, big question mark. I don't think I will ever continue studies. I might finish my studies if I need it for some job, but getting a higher education or some other field education like AI, I really doubt, but it's a possibility. Living as a nomad is my vision. I like a vision where I move from country to country and only live in hotels and people's places. My current way of life is very simple. I can simplify it even more. I don't want to have any of my own kitchen or what are those? Pots and pans and kitchen stuff. No, I don't need that. I don't need any decoration for myself. I don't want any chairs, tables. My own computer, that's important, but even there I have had little changes. VR classes, how important is this? Right now I like it a lot, but I could live with just a laptop. So possibly I could live with a laptop, maybe Mac or a powerful Windows or Linux laptop with VR classes. That's possible, but that I wouldn't use my over 2,000 euro PC. Do I really need 64 gigabytes of RAM and very powerful GPU, good CPU, and and then many other things I want to get rid of. So that's my vision, that I can live with anyone. I can guarantee it. If there will be some situation where I just can't live with someone, and I mean in a situation where they don't physically make it impossible. Of course, if someone was to throw water on me while I slept all the time, that's not gonna work for my part. But if they don't do anything wrong and I can't live with them, that breaks my whole philosophy, my whole understanding of myself. Everything would have to break, because this, as my life becomes simpler and simpler, understand myself more, that sort of happening would break everything. But it also can't. I don't know how that could happen. There has never been any indication of that from my part I couldn't live with someone. I don't know. And I think I could give energy to people, their work, and I think my conversations would be interesting to many. But also, I can be a robot. I don't need to have a conversation. You can just say to me, hey, let's stop talking. Fine. I don't have any habits that I need to strictly keep hold on. So yeah, this is still My dream life. Controlling life. Okay. My normal unproductive days, I wake up on my phone. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And it still describes my usual days, even now. Even with all these developments, I still tend to do this a lot. But the reason is why this development hasn't happened quicker. Why do I feel that I have done so much even though I have almost nothing to show? Is I'm changing something very fundamental, and that change, when it happens, it flips so much stuff that yeah, it's crazy. Normally people do small changes, but I don't do that. I think I have used an example where, let's say this is the core. Let's remove that. Let's change that. So this is the core, and these are the things I could change, or what I could be. And this is the line, what I'm now. From the core, I'm this. So people, or some might think that because I can't do this jump, how can I not change one simple thing here, from here to here? It shouldn't be that difficult, but in my case, I'm not even trying this. I have moved here where it's this is way more difficult than this. I'm changing stuff at this level, fundamental level. But when this happens, it doesn't just change this. And this actually doesn't show outside. When this happens, it doesn't change just this, but everything. So I'm doing changes that would change the course of my life, not just one aspect of it. Where was I? Okay. So yeah, even though my life wouldn't perhaps look that different outside, there is a lot of changes happening. Watching K-pop means yes. So these are my habits on my phone. Reddit, haven't used that some time. Plan, okay, is to use both TikTok and Reddit only for entertainment. Okay, and in controlled way. What is that? Water bottle. Okay, putting phone away from bed. I haven't done that much, but yeah, my life is so chill. There's no outside pressure. The ultimate goal, after all, is to enjoy this life before dying. Wake up control session. Okay, control sessions, I did continue those after a long break. I think I did this section in November or October. So control sessions is something that when I wake up, I would immediately do like 15-minute control session where I would be still without listening to any music and just raise my consciousness, go through some routine or ritual kind of to activate my consciousness after sleep, and then schedule the day, plan the day, and control life in that way. If I don't do this control session, I wouldn't have any schedule. I would wake up and go to my phone. So that's the idea. And also having control session before going to sleep to plan the next day. Not even be in a situation when I wake up that I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't have a schedule. But having 2 control sessions, beginning and at the end of the day, is the most optimal. And the idea is that in the future, I won't need these because I would kind of be all the time in control. Between sessions during the day, I would do a control session and then do some session again and then another control session. And this will become kind of part of my thinking. So I don't need to think about them as control sessions. But yeah. I will, if I want to have a certain kind of life, if I had a vision that, hey, I want to schedule my life this way, then immediately I will bring back the control sessions, because those are necessary. There's no way to have control in life without this, without actually having the control, because no one else is telling me what to do. Even if I wanted to. Control session, or standing up, not okay. This is just, yeah, I'm not gonna read that, not important. 3 mistakes. Okay, so these are just one way I could do this. Analyze, plan the next day. Okay. Why is this connected? Okay. I was going through different problems I might have. K-pop, is it an addiction at this point? The answer is no, not really. It's enjoyment. It has been addiction in a way that I have used it just to avoid work. It has been a safe place because so strong habit of doing it. But yeah, I don't care about thinking about that now. Porn, I use it too much for boredom, and the same thing with other entertainment, that mostly just avoidance of thinking about life, replaced by my imagination. I have replaced it a lot with my imagination compared to what it was years ago. I think right now the aim is different. That I'm already kind of bored for this. My life, I've never been with anyone. I think I will start. I already kind of started that. I will be more active on dating apps, but also look other venues maybe to get rid of this, but still satisfy my needs. Controlling life. When will I create the plan for a day? Control sessions, yes. Being a leader, one's life required to have control, yes. Meaning avoiding options and making decisions. Yeah, good stuff. And what do I have here? Process to think. Be happy thinking nothing. Okay. Yeah, I can use that. Or this pretty much just describes maybe, or gives an idea how I think, but I don't really use this sort of clear process. I might come back to it. Changing feelings. I'm not going to go into this. I think I have explained it enough already in my private blogs. It looks pretty extensive there as well. Stream 9, whoa, that was a long time ago. My subconscious selves, my conscious self. I guess this was the making the change in subconscious level and not do it consciously because it doesn't build myself. To summarize, random notes, digital garden enthusiasts, lists of creators I want to donate to someday. Read Wikipedia. Yes, that's one thing that I will come back if I ever have money to spend. That some things I might have pirated at some point in my life. I would like to spend or pay back some books, movies, so on. Doubts affecting thinking. Voice that constantly asks whether. Voice that constantly asks whether I should do what I'm trying to or do, or maybe something. What? No, I'm curious. What? Voice. Okay. Doubts affecting thinking. Constantly asks whether I should do what I'm trying to do, or maybe something else. Okay, it's too annoying. Let me change it. Okay. Yeah, because this is just explanation. It's not important, probably. What is this? So I want to get here, but I get confused. Because I don't know if that's that is the correct one. No. Okay. So that idea, how I think, state, have a thought, and the next thought, go to that thought. That's what it should be. I have a thought, I wander aimlessly, so I wait for something to happen, and the thought again, and then, so yeah, how do I go from this to this? I have these states. Okay, and what is this picture? Here. Oh? Okay, this represents how I bounce back and forth in my brain. And if I have eyes open, I might look at random places without actually any thought. It's just aimless waste of time. And this is some sort of navigation. Things being unclear is very bad. I guess that's the point here. Okay, what is here? That's the intensivity. I have no idea why this is. Shouldn't it be this? Intensity, okay. And time. Topics. Sure. It was a good explanation. Legislative, government, MP, citizen. Just quick note or test on how I remembered them. When I was trying to learn Finnish law and political system. -2 energy, +1 productivity. -1 energy, +1 productivity. What is this? It's something that needs more energy to get the same result than here, because here I can bounce. Here I have to bounce on air, not stable. What is this? Okay, it's not important. My setup, that has changed maybe a little bit. Futon mattress, I still had a bed. Cute. Did I really keep chair there? Okay. Well, now I don't have this. And I don't sit. I had dinner table. Okay, this was a long time ago. Still have this sort of table. This was a long time ago. This was one, yeah, solution I used to not sit on a chair. I guess this is thinking, yeah, IRAC. IRAC is back. I haven't used it much, but it is one very, very important part here in my simplified life. That previously I couldn't use IRAC because there were so many arguments against it. Now there aren't those arguments anymore. And it makes logically sense why I should have motivation for it, biologically and philosophically. So IRAC will be built. Oh, timeline. Interesting. Completely free. Yes. That makes it difficult. Who I am. Made up name Kipnuni. In 3 months, 28. Study business information systems. My philosophy, atheist. Has this changed? Happy with nihilism. Biology is my philosophy. The purpose is to follow the biology. Biology says that I want to work and I don't need anything. I want to help others because I get good feeling when they're happy. Yeah, true. What am I doing with my life? I'm someone who doesn't have any special interests. I like to do almost anything. Yeah, I've tried to find my own thing, but haven't. That's why I've concluded that I want to help others. I like to work and solve puzzles like coding. Okay. Did I have things that will improve English communication in general? IRAC. Voice as. Okay, that was duplicate. K-pop, sports, food. That is in a wrong place. Better. Urichip. My home in Korean. Sleep on the floor. Not anymore. Yoga mattress. I haven't tested if the yoga mattress is more comfortable than the thin mattress that's kind of the same thickness that I'm using currently, but I will maybe update that again at some point. My setup right now, don't have it here, but I have this. I think that is Full HD. Local account display. Yeah, these are just full HD monitors. So I moved away from this because it's easier to see the stream stuff here on top. Possible screen setups. Not much has changed here. Maybe the applications, sure. UTC format is now not in UTC. Streaming setup, this I will change in the future. YouTube thumbnail, sure, its own thing. Don't need to do it now. Yes, I have here videos I will make as these changed. How can one help in this world? My introduction, Iraq. I think that video one will be larger project. That right now I could start my introduction and then at some point make better ones. But this video one might not be the one for now. This is the last one. My goal, I want to see people happy and trust that the world will go and keep going good direction. Why it bothers me in deep level, that hasn't changed. I don't trust current system people in power. So this can be explained with an easy analog. I think that I'm someone who is very okay or doesn't need much. I like peace. Let's say I'm sitting on some beach, damn it, and I'm looking at the sea peacefully. I want to hear the waves and hear the birds and feel the salty, warm air. But then there's this group of people near me that are fighting or throwing words, complaining. They are arguing. Wait, where's the word? Is it in an argument? Well, in an argument with each other, and they're making noise. And I'm here trying to sit. I'm here trying to relax and just peacefully enjoy life. And this keeps happening. I can't move away from it because it would bother me too much. That okay, what are you guys? Why are you fighting? What's the problem? And then of course no one pays any attention. I try to listen to them and realize, yeah, it can't be that difficult to solve this problem. That clearly there are some problems. Why? And how difficult would it be to change it? I can't do anything about this. And the thing is, I don't want to. Because what else would I do? Actually, yeah, that means I can't. I just cannot move on and not listen to that noise. because the only thing I want to do is sit on this chair, enjoy life. But those people annoy too much, and people obviously represent the political world, power dynamics, the corruption, the inhuman activities. Yeah, so that's my main motivation. I don't trust the current system, people in power, and that's long term. That even if the problem was solved right now, I'm not going to leave that group to screw it up. So before I leave, I want to have a system that I can trust. Hey, I will go away for 5 years without any connection to society. And when I come back, I don't want to do this all over again. So trusting the system and people in power. I just need to understand how and why things are like they are. Yeah, not really. I don't care that much about knowledge. Knowledge is just something that past humans and current humans know that I don't. But does it change how I enjoy some art piece? No. Does it change what foods do I eat, or how difficult it is to choose how I survive? No. So what's the point in getting to know more? It's fun experience compared to many other things, and it's necessary to work on this. Okay, how? I think the best way to achieve both of these is to invest in developing democracy globally. Okay, why? To do, okay. What will be my role? What will I do? I will offer my life to help humanity get better democracy. My time, my resources, I let others influence my life decisions if they want. Open to suggestions of what I will do with my time and resources. I can have pressure from people to work hard on this project. I will start making videos which I use to communicate my thoughts and proposals to others interested in helping humanity. And that's one part. I don't really need videos anymore, at least, to find people who are interested. I could find them other routes. I decided to start live streaming as well because I get motivation. It's an invitation for anyone interested in my work to come and collaborate, document my journey. I would like to see others do this kind of stuff as well, make the content creation more transparent. Yes. Requirements for democracy: people need to be as smart as possible, and communication of the politics needs to be good. I would change that word around to excellent. Okay. Examples of what I've thought of that I could do. I could make it easier for anyone to help. What do I mean by this? Helping some other way than just donating money. What kind of global or local communities there are that try to advance democracy, free and easy to join. What could it be? This could be, for example, some platform app that makes it easy to help by providing a category of different projects and easy instructions on how to get started. 2, I have vision of a community that has a hierarchy like in any organization, but its main points are that it's transparent and easy to climb. If there any gatekeeping in the roles, shouldn't be. People on top are responsible to the people on the bottom, not vice versa. Anyone should be okay to step back from their roles, being unselfish. How would this community communicate? Example of open collaboration with easy navigation between streams. I could create solutions. What do I mean by this? Could be an app, for example. I think the focus should be on the open source. They can be very unrealistic, but and utopistic, but that's fine in the beginning. What technology enables democracy nowadays? Could there be some improvements there? Currently news sites, Twitter, Reddit, TikTok. Better? Are there any projects or communities tackling this problem? Democracy app, how do I get information that I can trust? Comment section is crucial. What if I want to see older news? Climate and veganism, what can people do to help on this matter? Should most people switch to veganism? If so, how easy has it been made for them? Okay, I would like to help develop the future's constantly improving vision. What do I mean by this? What am I planning to cover? Philosophy, politics, psychology, history, technology, economics, utopistic vision, real world. Communication is the key. Even if someone would have the best solutions, they're worthless without good communication and marketing. Videos, slides, shorts, images. What I can do is analyze others' communication solutions and make my own as well. My future utopia. Humans control AI, perfect democracy, transparent path to power positions, universal basic income, no armies, decision to leave an animal, this decision to live like an animal or in the front line of human development, potential of human race, metaverse. Very, I would say interesting. Yeah, definitely interesting stuff. That is just some temporary note there. Okay. Have my plans changed from this vision? Definitely I would word it differently. I would say right now the priority of getting others to help is, well, it is quite heavy here as well, important, but being an ambassador for this is sort of what I'm going after. That I would also develop my skills and use those skills to create the solutions, to create the final product, the value, the change. But also I would live as an ambassador for these projects, for the change, to show an example of what others could do too. Oh my, but and here is categories, random and life management. Okay. Okay, helper of humanity. I'm now thinking, what should I do? So I have some notes here. Okay, so this is LinkedIn. We'll continue that possibly today. Programming notes, effective altruism, politics notes. The idea is that this revisiting that I did, I'm not going to do that again, hopefully. But because I have done so few videos in the past, past few months, 4 months ago, 19, 3, 2. So after this, haven't done that many videos. Too long gaps between. I will now try to come up with creating updated plan. I'm trying to think how important it is to save many of these, or this layout. Maybe it's not important. I have thought of start to putting all of these nodes on GitHub. And that would store this file, for example. So people could come and see what it was. Although, would anyone care? And how difficult would it be? Let's see, do I have a Git maybe? So this is Firefox profiles. So this is I will check this here. Of course, that's not important. Check if I have Git here. I do have Git. Okay. Let's see if I do git init. Initialized empty Git repository. Have I ever pushed or create new repository? I don't know how to do that. Funny. This was my normal. What is my development browser? Is it Chrome? Really? Where is it? Ah, Chrome is my development. Let's see what I have here. No thanks. Add privacy. I don't think it's... do I have... I don't actually care. Okay. And I do have Git there. But let me search. Let me search. Create a new repository in GitHub from terminal. command line. Git init at readme commit at git remote at origin git github repo name. Okay. Okay, so that it's not that difficult then. Sure, I can do that. My GitHub. This will be public. Push an existing repository from the command line. Yeah. So let's do git add all and git commit message saying stream 35 mid, maybe mid stream 35, meaning that if this works well, which it will, I will start pushing or committing after each stream. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I will quickly do that. So git config global user email. Yeah. Global config. Okay. And then git git remote at origin see if this is true. Should be this and repo name. Stream nodes. Let's see. And git push master is can't be established. Yes. Permission denied. Public key. Could not read from remote repository. Access rights. Maybe I do need to create it. This is the easiest to ask from AI. Let's see if I have terminal. Do I have Ubuntu here? Should have. Terminal settings. Default should be Ubuntu. Save. Startup. Don't startup. Okay. Do I have Git? I do have Git, but no, wait, I don't need it. npm. What? npm. I don't have npm. Creating an updated plan. I will quickly change this to life management. Sure. Not sure. Change this to adding nodes to GitHub. Okay. So this now includes also starting to okay. I will change that. So instead of adding, and is it life management? No, it's not. It should be skills maybe. Skills and knowledge. Output business. Do I have bad categories? Skills and knowledge. Let's do skills and knowledge. And let's do start using Gemini on command line interface. Okay. So I don't have node, which is the first thing I need. NVM it node version manager. I guess this is it. 90k. Yes, it is installing NVM. I just need this, and hopefully, don't remember if there was something else I needed to do. Do I need to? Not sure how this was. Bash RC. Let's see if maybe I just need to create a new window. If not, okay, I need to do something else. Running either the script clones the NVM repository to. I need to add and attempts to add source lines. Do I need to run it as sudo? I did this a couple of times, but I used a Gemini to do it. Install. Maybe there was some command. Installer, no. Yeah, but do I need to? Oh? Manual download. Okay. That cannot access. Sudo. Or do I need to? Sorry, try again. I'm sure it's correct. What? Oh? No, don't say. Why did I choose something else? Okay, that's not good. That is not good. Let's try it again, and let's use longer password this time. No, it's not that either. Huh. Passwords for. Okay, I don't. I don't remember it. I'm sure. Why would I use something else than that? Well, it's not like I would lose something, but yeah, sudo password. How many times can I do this? No, it's not that. It's not that either. Huh. Well, this changes my plan a little bit if I can't remember the password. Why would I use something else? Password, password, password. Ubuntu is trolling me. It can't be anything else. Oh. Everything was black. Just for a second. What was my password? Ubuntu. Could it be that? Huh. Why was it that? No such file. Of course, because it downloaded someplace else. What? What did I use? Ah. Okay, let me see. Should it be here somewhere? Maybe not. nvm directory. Doesn't find it. There is nvm. Do I need to go there? What was the command? Install nvm. So put it into that. Let's see if I go. GitHub install. Okay, so I guess it was just. Huh? Why am I not reading this? VSL1 is not supported. What am I using? Huh? What do you mean I'm using VSL1? What? What? Huh? VSL settings. I never used. Of course I have VSL2. What do you mean? Okay. Okay. Every time after starting Minikube. What? Up. Oh. Let's see. I think I need to do that here. Although, why would this work? I don't know. VSL version 2.4. npm. Can't be about that. Okay, install manual download. Yeah, so it installed it. Yeah, okay, so that was manual. I didn't even need to do that. Okay. First NVM. Maybe I need to VM. I think, okay, I think I have forgot to actually use this NVM. No, I think sudo apt. What I will do is I'm just going to go AI Gemini and see what was my way of getting that. Okay, so it was correct, yes, source, and then just nv is okay, back. So it was nvm install lts. Now I should have okay, great. And then what was it? Right, npm install Google Gemini. We'll hide the screen because it would ask me to verify it or log in. It's downloading it. Be real. Nope. Okay. And we log in. Didn't open any. Browser windows, did it? Nope. Access blocked. Authentication cancelled. Why doesn't work? Access blocked. Invalid client. Oh my. Of course, something. Something needed to happen. Do you have some different settings here or what? Why did this work on my main profile and on my laptop? Yeah. Just loading, waiting for authentication. See if I use different browser. Authorization error. Wait, I shouldn't be logged in. It's not that account. Access blocked. Invalid client. Okay, I will just start a new one. That will do something. No, it doesn't want to do anything. I will start a new terminal. I don't know how it doesn't do anything. Gemini. I don't need sudo for that. Just doesn't load. Do I have internet still? Yes. I don't think it's about VPN. Can it be? Do I have npm here? I do have npm here. Okay, what if I didn't use virtual machine, instead I used this? Let's see. Yeah, it's not doing anything. You need to hide the screen if I can't log in. It's fine. It's fine. So I'm trying to use Gemini to ask some question. I'm already forgetting what I was trying to do. Okay, now I have Gemini here. Let me go and... Wasn't it global? Maybe... I think this is Ubuntu command. I need to do it again. Where's my browser? Windows, come... Global is 10 years ago. Should I just use AI for this? Too lazy. Although maybe it doesn't work right away. See? No. That should do it. No. npm global folder isn't in your Windows path yet. Of course it isn't. npm config get prefix roaming npm. This is not in my path. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. So I don't think this uses the okay. Now it works. No, it doesn't. Okay, so that's good, probably. No, it isn't. Okay, because if it works here and not in virtual machine, then I don't know what to do. I hope. Okay, now it works. Yes. I'll just sign in quickly and then show the screen again. Yes, done. You have successfully pressed R. It's slow. Display. Okay. Now I have Gemini. But I forgot what I was trying to do. So I tried to do something before wanting to use Gemini to ask something. I have a plan of, well, this was one part of the plan. I'm doing Git. I closed that window. Okay. So I was doing Git with Ubuntu probably. No, it wasn't. Let me, what do I have? So users life work. It's easier to just go here. Okay. So I was trying to create a new repository. Okay, so that was it. And I wanted to use AI. So I need to use, what is it? D drive? I don't remember how to access this. How to access CD? Just yeah, it's not working. I'm so used to using Ubuntu here. Maybe that, no, that won't work without logging in. Okay, where is Chrome again? Command. Do I need to use the CD? No. Huh? Do I not know how to use command prompt anymore? Just enter. What? Okay, I have no idea why that happened. So D. What? Why does it go there? Anyway. So life work. We'll go back. I have here public AI pub, where I should have already some. So terminal and Gemini markdown. I created this. Maybe like this. I created this a few days ago. And here, the idea is that I don't want to use the browser version of Gemini because, well, the browser is terrible. Instead, I want to use it on command line where I can have all those files. So every file that I create and every conversation I have with those files. Let's see, can I? So I can write AI. I can write AI rules and descriptions of how it should work on that subdirectory. So this is general AI rules. Then I have terminal, where I have terminal related questions and also rules, how the AI should respond. Then I have log files. These are all the questions I asked AI, although I will change it to have numbers there. So now if I press Gemini, it will work on, actually no. I want to create a new folder. For some reason it takes a long time to load. Why? I'm in a wrong directory. So let me. What? Okay. CD terminal and Gemini. I would just, yeah, it takes way too long. Yeah, keep showing this email. Why not? Why not? That's so helpful. That's so helpful. Where are the settings? What browser is this? Autofill, Google Password Manager, addresses and more. Save. No, do not save. I don't have anything saved here. But still, why does it pop up that you and Google Chrome profile? Allow Chrome sign in, no. I think it's that. No. Other. No, this is. Pop-ups. Don't allow. Okay, I think that's it. That should be it. No need to show that email all the time. So I'm in the terminal. What is the command in Windows? Are ways to terminal in command. That uses 2.5 CLS. Okay. Session ID. Clear screen. So I have that. Let me create new directory called Git. Sure. Maybe I want to have a Git. Now I would be using this. I haven't initialized it, but I don't know. It's about the idea at this stage. How new GitHub from terminal. you can use the GitHub CLI tool. Of course I can't use, yeah. Okay, I think I will just create the GitHub page, my own repository. Just sign in. Of course, I'm not signed in. With Google, don't have that here. If I use no. Use my phone to access the NordPass. The most efficient way. So let's see. Password I have. Incorrect. No, it's not. Last time. Okay. But I didn't need. Huh. We need to verify it. Okay. New repository. Stream notes. Description. Visibility public. Sure. No template. No git ignore. Nothing. So now I have it. Let me go and try to push to it. To have something to show here. Ah. Okay, so now I'll just do this, paste anyways. Permission denied. What do you mean? Stream notes, git. Remote origin already exists. Okay, git branch. What? Git push origin main. So git push origin. New remote at origin. I tried to wait. Hit remote at origin. Access rights. Why wouldn't I have? Have I used this before? Probably not. I must admit, this Git stuff is not my favorite. Yeah. I'll take a break. I'll take a quick break. Life management. Okay. I think, yeah, I should do so much, but one thing is take more breaks. Will clear my mind. This is very common problem that I try to do something and then realize, hey, I first need to do this and that, and now I realize I'm not even connected to GitHub fields. I'm using two different Windows profiles, and both of them I'm using different ways to connect to GitHub, so of course I have forgotten what I have done and where. Life management, I guess it's this. Adding notes to GitHub. And what is the quickest way? There are different ways to connect to GitHub. Some of them I don't like. The most secure one, mostly. Using Gemini on another screen. Winget. Do I have? Okay, let me install that. See if it works. Sure if this is yeah, global. Don't really care. Windows installer. I haven't really used Winget much. Come on. Isn't doing anything. Yeah. Can I do something else while I wait? Ah, okay. Now I remember. So I was starting to clean this up or change it, and before that I wanted to save the status. So save these notes to GitHub and then start to make changes. Sure. Okay, now I remember. It's Gemini. For this I will close. HTTPS is fine. Logging with web browser. What browser did I just log in with? Chrome. That would be github.com login device. And continue. Authorize. Everything done. Oh. Okay, That's done. Good. Logged in as, and what was I gonna do? Remote add. Permission denied. Oh, of course. Well, at least now I am logged in. Obsidian workspace. Okay, let me ask this Gemini if it knows. I'm getting this error. Oh, apparently I can't create new lines. Good to know. Press Shift and space. No, Shift and enter. SSH. I'm not trying to connect with SSH. No. Can't I use HTTPS? Huh? Change your repository remote URL to use. Set URL origin. It should be done. Be already. I like when people come to the stream at this moment when I try to debug something not interesting, unfortunately. Can I? See if I. Do I have already Git remote? Let's see. Stream notes. Is this correct? Ah, maybe. Okay. Needs to have the characters capitalized. How can I delete? Also, yeah, the mic works. Git remove. Really, I need to write, okay. I'm used to no such remote. Of course there is. What? Ah. Okay. Already. Okay, so now let's add it. So git add git remote add origin. I think I can just do this. Stream. Yeah, I have to try to remember that, because often in URLs I'm not used to writing capitalized letters, but okay, it is what it is. Now I should have here stream notes. Did it put everything? Personal publish. I do have some information here that I shouldn't have. Not sure. But anyways, I don't have access to that anymore. CDN. Am I logged? Yeah, I'm logged into CDN. Not sure if JSON. I hope I'm not sharing something I shouldn't. Site ID. That's old. Yeah, I don't think this does anything. I should clean it at some point. But here there are at least now all of the files. Okay, so that's done. That's done. Good. So now I have sort of initialized the well, GitHub repo, and then Gemini, although not inside Ubuntu, but it is what it is. Current plan. Okay, Okay, all this done. Now I can start editing this. Now I can start editing. Helper of humanity. Where do I begin? I can start off with this, I think. How important are these? The Unity VR demo. This is not important at all. And actually, at this stage, it wouldn't be that specific. This is, let's do metaverse. I have interest to develop communication platforms, technology. Metaverse is part of that, but because it's not commonly used, at least yet, I'm not gonna focus on it. But it has its own angle and a lot of potential. I do want to focus on this at least somewhat. AI, super important. I know many people do not like it, but for myself, at least in the current state, I don't like searching the web. I don't. I'm very lazy. This has been the reason why I don't know what others have done. I have been just on my own world thinking about everything by myself because I just dislike going to the web and searching anything. So for me, using AI like this is very good. I like it. I do realize how big of a waste AI is for the environment, but in my case, I can do more good with AI than I would if I didn't use it and tried to do the same. I could do more. So I see my AI use as net positive. It's not and I will not try to show an example, just everyone use AI. No. If it's useful, if it really benefits humanity, then yes, use it, but otherwise, no. Personal website development. Okay, the drawing, painting. I will now try to start organizing this by importance. Designing UX, presentations, moving abroad. That's not important. Maybe on the right, it's more important. Writing old current ideas. I think yes. Whatever it means. Reading fiction, not important. Photography, nope. Video editing, marketing. Old vlogs to YouTube, not important. Okay, reading fiction, don't care. 3D modeling, social media. teaching, understanding the world, speed reading news, IRAC, isolating confidential stuff, exercising. Why is it here? LinkedIn post. No, not gonna. Actually, let me delete this. Life work. What does it even mean? At this stage, it's not important to even have on a list. It's what it's my life pretty much already. Communication skills. So right now it's looking like this. Writing old. These are important at the moment, and then focusing on this is the next, and then written fiction is not important. Logs backup. Yeah, I should do that actually. It's one-time task. 3D modeling. And these are the least important. Don't care, don't care, don't care. And then I have the normal work. Okay. Okay. I think this is kind of random here. Start with work that I do as a personal assistant at the moment. That of course I will continue doing. And then gamifying politics project. I'm part of in that. I will continue doing that. Then job market, very important. These are kind of the skills. I could say these three at the moment are the most important to focus on. 1 month ago, during Christmas break, holidays, I was still, and a few weeks ago, I was focusing on myself, trying to find control and create meaning. Then a couple of weeks ago, a week ago, I have started to clean my life a little bit, do some little changes, developments, and then last week, or well, it's Sunday, so on Wednesday I had two schedules. One was showcase event where I was pitching this gamifying politics project and also networking with others. It was very, very great event. I liked it a lot. And then after that, I had the concert. But because I have lived my life so kind of narrow visioned, just one thing at a time. Those two schedules that happened to be on the same day, they created this barrier that I couldn't really start anything else than focus on them. Before it ended. And then after that day, I have now started to, well, do more cleaning and see my life differently. That now I don't have that clear milestones ahead. I feel lighter than ever before. This feeling. It's time to, and I have more control over myself, over my actions than ever before. So my life is perfect. It has been already, but it's more perfect. Okay. But I think there are at least 3 coding projects I'm doing for work. One net website. I'm not going to talk about that at all. Just mentioning it, that one project there, and then one project here where I'm doing website. I'm not going to stream that, maybe at some point, but right now it's not needed. And then this is my 3rd website project that I will, of course, do on stream. 3 websites, and then job market that I haven't even started to look into. What are there? I have just heard that, yeah, it's not great. Finland has the highest unemployment rate at the moment in Europe or in EU. Don't remember what. And I don't have much skills to show. If I wrote a CV right now, I just know I couldn't put anything interesting there. Work experience, okay, non-existent. And then studies or education, haven't finished my studies yet, so that won't give a great impression of me. But I'm still going to start doing that. So look for opportunities and start that, showing my skills, how to do that effectively, and then look for opportunities, apply, but also look for gaps. Maybe I could start a business somewhere at some point. Of course, with my current skill set, no, but you don't know, with AI especially, I could gain skills quite quickly and create new products. But yes, that's definitely new thing that I will be focusing on. And then AI and IRAC. These 2 are the biggest mysteries that I have in my life. This, of course, is this bigger one. But how do I use AI tools? Now I already started to use AI like this from the command line. because this I can edit however I like the experience. Where did it go? Wait. Do I have power toys here? Okay, like this. I haven't really used the Windows way of moving this. Mostly just familiar with this, with power toys, but this is actually quite nice. Anyways, AI use and then IRAC. Both of these require a lot of learning. And my knowledge is terrible. I don't know anything about politics, about coding, about what's happening in the world, about normal stuff that people care. I really know very, very little. If I'm asked something, I can almost guarantee I don't know. At least the facts. I could have some idea that, okay, I don't know the terms, but it's something like this. I had some idea, but forgot it. But that will be tested now. That's the focus, kind of. This is task that just needs to be done, but what's difficult is here. IRAC especially. This represents how I really understand, how I remember, how I connect dots together, build my visual structure. This just takes some time, getting used to using AI in a certain way, efficiently, and also emotionally make it easy. As I said, using browsers to find information for me has been too mentally difficult that I have never been good at it. And I know there are a lot of potential here with mind tools, becoming better thinker, maybe faster, so on. But I don't know where I will land on. I just know there is potential, and I know already that I can develop myself a lot. But I don't know the end. Personal website development, not super important, but I think I will use this as an example to learn things, learn how to use AI for these two projects, mainly this. Because as I had it here, this is Git, then I had terminal. Those are general skills and not specifically for some classified information. No, there isn't any classified stuff here, but just private that I can't share. So as I develop and get better skills, I will be using the public AI a lot, but just specific questions around these specific projects, I'm going to use private. And that's the beauty of this approach. I'm using the AI in a normal repository that I can control fully. This AI doesn't know any other information. It knows this, what's here in Git folder, and then what's in AI pub folder. There's Gemini here, it can use that file, but it can't use this. It says here one Gemini MD file. And here I can say create log file. Let's see, does it know what to do? For this repository, I haven't written any specific instructions. Now it wrote here user prompt log, prompt 1, prompt 2, 3. So it shows all the prompts. Well, that's great. Maybe in the future I don't like prompt 1 or making it as a title, but I should. It's easiest just to go here. So Git created this. And that's great. It knew it needed to create a log file here in this Git repository because I had told it so here. And this is just the beginning, of course, that every prompt provided by the user is I got these ideas from YouTube guy, and another YouTube video I watched today was about how someone uses this Gemini CLI or in Obsidian Vault. So every node I have here is in Markdown. So I could bring AI to this vault. I will think about that, but not now. Now I just want to get to or learn to use AI like this, just normal chatbot, but with or from command line. And yeah. Let me see quickly. Social media, yes. News. Understanding the world, which means reading some book. Teaching, storytelling. I think this is communication skills, mainly. Speed reading. Isolating confidential stuff. This is security. I could rewrite it. Writing old current ideas. This I have thought as brainstorming session or time task. That during this I would try to think about, okay, what am I doing right now? What could I do? What new ideas, maybe new business plan or business idea. Something I could do differently. Maybe I have done, or yeah, choose something else instead. And I have those ideas from personal here, a lot of information, a lot of random things. Is it better to teach only a small section than everything, the whole truth, if the person wouldn't be able to handle everything? Very basic stuff, but important. If I had 5 minutes with someone, and I'm trying to explain something that they afterwards couldn't remember anything from, it's just better to, hey, let's start from small. You get to know this little by little, maybe in the future, I don't know, but at least you got something out of it. So not even trying to explain everything. But yeah, that was some old note. Drawing, painting. These are the focus right now is not here, but I would like to start drawing, painting daily. Think about design. Design is interesting, and also drawing, video editing, 3D modeling, is that it's creative, and most problems are in the programs themselves and not the actual creative work. Or okay, you could say it different way, but what I mean is I have the most difficulties. I try to use the app. Coming up with creative solutions or ideas, that's different, and that's kind of had nothing to do with this, but instead, in my case, it's here. I can create new painting or idea using iRack, basically, so just thinking about it in my brain, and then it's half done. That's really the highest value, mostly. But I have had trouble getting motivation for this. Where do I get motivation to think? In my case, I have needed to trace the motivation back to something very deep, something very conscious. And previously, as I stated, trying something would fail because it would raise the question who I am and what do I really want to do in this life. Bigger questions. And I had the feeling that, hey, I need to do more work on this section before I can answer this. But now it's not the case anymore. I really don't sense problems. So starting to develop iRack, start using it for coming up with new ideas for the project, or just generally improving my creative output, is something I can do with this. One major, or maybe major, one argument I would get from using iRack is I'm used to spending certain amount of time, or maximum of some time in a day, in heavy thinking, and that argument, or I get that feeling that, hey, I have done enough. So how do I get past that? If I get a feeling I have done enough, and I feel that my brain is starting to fall asleep, I would like to 10x what I can currently do. And I'm still figuring it out. How much is it actually biology that my physical limits are close, or how much is it just being used to that? I have experienced on this earlier a year ago that I would try to think, and my brain, I would feel this argument that, hey, I have done enough, now I'm getting tired, and I'm really getting tired. But then I kind of look more into that argument and realize I shouldn't get tired from this because I'm not doing anything or anything that difficult. And then I didn't feel tired anymore. So those arguments, those feelings, resistance, it has really power that I would actually get tired. But yeah, controlling that will be one next challenge of the next challenges. Yeah. But to recap, I can start doing all of this immediately by developing IRAC. And let's see, metaverse, not important, not important, not important, not important. No, marketing goes here along with this. Okay. And if I come up with something I hadn't put here already, I can always add it. But it feels like a social life is going fine. I don't want to focus on others at the moment that much. They could always contact me if they wanted to meet, but I have more important things to do than follow someone's life. Entertainment. Yeah, that's not important. I will try to move away from it. But if I really enjoy it, then it's fine to keep. But what's worst is using time for entertainment and not feeling satisfied from it. Personal. One very important task, I would say, is managing life. Managing life. This is one of the most important ones. What am I doing right now? I'm managing life. I should use the same terminology. Life management. So this is about thinking about the future. This is managing all these nodes, all the things holding me back. Also focusing on how I currently work. Okay, starting to look very good. Now it's just what's left is start to prioritize. Where do I start? How do I improve my work? I would say this stream is already almost 4 hours. How efficient have I been? Not very. But the better question is, how can I improve it if I haven't been efficient? How could I have done it differently? In my case, I don't care about using energy. That something is difficult. If it's difficult, I will just change it so that it's easy. I have already accepted that my life will be just easy on all levels. I can't really think of anything that would make it difficult. It's almost 8 p.m. I have 4 hours left. How should I spend the rest of time? I have GitHub, creating LinkedIn bio. Okay, so LinkedIn bio, that's important because I want to contact people, and currently I don't have any bio. From the Wednesday's networking event, I got some new contacts, and one sent a message that I didn't respond. Oh, it was just generic. It would be nice to meet up again. But I thought, okay, I will first write bio and then I will answer him. But I haven't. So that I want to do alongside CV, of course, when I start to apply for jobs. But then after that, it's focusing on this. And I said before, I should take more breaks. Using VR headset, actually it is quite mandatory because I have these screens. yeah, I think overall doing more streams is good. I have very little to tell on private vlogs anymore. I will still do them, I think, to document bigger ideas if I have them. But yeah, start to make this as a regular thing, hopefully daily. What should I do first? I'm feeling tired, but I shouldn't be. I will take a small break and then continue on AI, IRAC, life management probably. Yeah, yap more or something. On a quick break. I forgot to change the screen stream layout. I think it's maybe 5 minutes, after which the virtual display will get removed, and then some of the windows might come to this main one. Life management, yes. Continue the feature. Right. So before going into the tasks themselves, I want to think about continuing streaming, and then these areas of my life that I laid here. What is the purpose of these streams? I had written that here. Here? Wait. I decided to start live streaming as well because I get motivation. It's an invitation for anyone interested of my work to come and collaborate, document my journey. I would like to see others do this kind of stuff as well. And I have mentioned that many times, or talked about it, how I have felt too much anxiousness about starting these streams, and then having pressure that, hey, now I need to do a lot. I can't take breaks. Of course, consciously I don't feel that way, but subconsciously I still feel a bit tense. But now, when I'm thinking about the future, these streams are supposed to be, or in my vision, I would do them as much as possible. And I don't need to do anything. I could do a stream where I just work and don't say anything. So I think I need to make that more clear to myself, what these streams are for, what's the big picture, and start to see my life differently. That starting the stream or streaming is the normal state, and then doing some other private project or going to work, that's the abnormal part of my life. If I wanted to watch some movie or TV series without reacting to them, of course, I would do that. Outside the stream, so I don't need to do everything here, but it's in my vision. Why not? Nothing I've done here I don't mind sharing. No one, well, maybe because no one is that interested, or they don't have time also. But the vision that I have probably talked about that, is that I would constantly work on something, some project, get information, work more, work more, work more. And some would maybe question that, why would I want to work? Because I have nothing else to do in this life. What will I do? Just consume entertainment endlessly? No, that's boring. Yes, some stories are good, but at this point in life, I have already experienced, it feels like most types of humor and types of stories as well, that there really isn't that much new to discover. Philosophy, at least what I have heard and read a little bit, it doesn't bring anything new. Yes, I got to know some historical fact, but it doesn't expand my understanding of humanity or reality. Kind of all of different philosophies go under my philosophy. I feel that mine is kind of the ultimate one. Can't go past that. So everything else is just I don't know, a flavor, but it's not its own substance. Or philosophy might be interesting to get an understanding of other people's psychology, their brain, how they think, but it doesn't, or at least that's my experience, that hasn't expanded my knowledge at all. Maybe I have, maybe the few conversations I have had haven't brought that much new stuff, but basically that is how I feel. So working, that's kind of the entertainment hobby that I could have. Okay, so I have 4 hours left. The question is whether I want to work on this or should I work on some private projects. immediately I would maybe want to develop my note-taking system. Why not think about the AI integration? There are a lot of files here. Do a little bit of cleanup. I can start to think about the stream layout. Maybe change that. Develop it further. Right now I have info.keepnuni.com. Please interrupt for anything. Do I really need that website that currently doesn't have anything in there? What do I even have there? Let's see. Men's clothing. I thought about what if I bought a pair of empty glasses. I don't need glasses, but just to, I don't know, change the look of my face. And that could be kind of the first step into using AI glasses, smart glasses in the future. If I had money, if they worked. I don't know. Let's see what my website looks like. Okay, life's work. What is my goal? Code name. Well, personal. My goal in life is to help humanity by improving democracy. The reason is that I'm someone who cares about people in deep level, and I just can't choose any personal goal if I see people suffering. That's terrible text, of course, but just kind of placeholder. YouTube, I create live streams on YouTube, and in time will create videos explaining my ideas and communicate with similar-minded people. YouTube channel. Who I am, who am I? I'm also a made up name. Currently, I'm someone who adapts well to any environment because I have very little personal needs. I have decided to sacrifice many parts of my life for this life work project. Terrible text. Okay, but it's better than nothing at least. I hope. Okay. Well, the first task would be to eliminate this feeling, or does this moment feel that I'm completely relaxed? Do I feel completely relaxed? No. Why? Why is that? I do think about accidentally showing my emails some important ID or address or something. But should I already exposed my email at least twice, or one email previously, but who can really find it who has the time, and I would assume that in the future it will be leaked again. Do I care? No. And then it might happen that I accidentally reveal some information I shouldn't have about people around me, but it's very unlikely, as I don't even have access to that part of my files from this profile. And I mean Windows files that I have on my main profile. Is there some message earlier? Group chat. I could have gone to my parents' place today, but I didn't. This was more important. Okay. And this is something I haven't done previously, but what I will do a lot. I will communicate during the stream, of course, without showing anything.
But yeah, the privacy, that is the most difficult part by far. What can I show, what not?
AI. Oh yeah, changing the feeling. Although, do I need to change it? Right now I do feel quite relaxed here. If someone comes to look at this stream, well, they can they can follow this if they want, or leave a chat. It's also a possibility. This is my new life. A lot of learning and developing. Still, everything feels unclear, messy. So, if I start to do something what should I start with? Expanding what I can do on stream. Yeah, sure, actually, why not? So it's here on stream. I can, well, take breaks, not talk, communicate with, or be on my phone. Should be just a hangout place. That's the most important one, I think. I just bring anyone interested to see what I do in my life. And place to hang out. That's part of the bigger vision about this streaming, that in time it could become collaborative space. Now it's just me and on YouTube, where few people are looking for streams in the first place, but it doesn't matter. Stream, take breaks, not talk. No talk. So it shouldn't feel that, hey, I want to stop this stream because I want to get to the social part or something. Okay, I paid apparently 15 euros for YouTube Premium. That's something I could discuss. My money usage. Don't care. Why do I get these messages here? Unsubscribe. Good. And it just broke. Verified. Verification code. Sure. Receipt. Okay. And that I won't take part of the conversation, at least yet, about EA group stuff. Okay. Playing League of Legends, of course. Do that. One thing is it clear? I'm thinking about trying to make all the tasks very, very clear. But now I suddenly started to talk about this. Why didn't I change the title? that that if I got an idea, okay, it's impossible to track all the side quests, but I can at least try. Try to work in a way robot-like. Would I mind? Would it make the experience more boring? One thing I'm thinking about is creating actually I do have that to do, very long to-do list, but maybe not in this way, but more like more dynamic, that I can change, see the priorities of everything. Huh? Pitch from, okay. So start creating to-dos and then just pick a task and do that. Then the next one, the next one, the next one. And in time, I will notice what tasks I will never do. Hey, I don't have time for this. The aim is to develop IRAC to be able to handle all the scheduling, keep everything in my mind, or most important things. But at this point, is it really necessary? Oh, and yeah, good question. What is the target? What is the goal? What is the current goal? What am I trying to achieve? That's a good question, because I have been thinking about this, how much the life work, how much this is my goal, or how much being helper of humanity is my goal, how much being happy is my goal. So what is it? I have laid out a plan that I can start following, but where does the motivation come from, and why am I not doing it more energetic? yeah, now I notice that I went immediately in the old way of thinking these projects, that it feels like I'm doing this for someone else. Of course it's me, but it feels like that I created sort of static goals, that these I will do similarly than what anyone else would do, but none of these are my goals. Why do I care about job market task? I want to look for opportunities. Why? So every one of these I need to draw the line where the motivation comes from for each of these, because some of these I might never do, like this. I sort of not promised, but said 2 times to one Spanish VR 180 enthusiast that I would create this video, and I asked his take on what to choose, what sort of videos, but I never kind of replied after August, was it? So do I have time for this? Why is it important? It might be that I'm just interested in this metaverse thing, and I want to. I haven't watched VR 180 videos in a long time. Half a year I haven't really watched them, but I aim, or I plan to start watching them again, because getting to know people and know the world through VR 180 videos, 3D, it's much better than just watching 2D videos. So just because of that, I will continue. But will I do this project? I don't know. So yeah, getting this correct, because if it's correct, then I can start breaking the reality more. I can start becoming myself and not rely on others, live in other dimensions. One question I have asked, or one concept I have thought about for some time, is what if I showed more energy? What if I became this person who is very energetic, has motivation, and shows it? Why am I not smiling more? Isn't that great? Isn't that better life experience if I'm interested, if I'm excited about everything? Some would say, yeah, of course, you can do it temporarily, but in long term, no. Why? What is the reason? What are the reasons? These are things that I'm thinking about because I can change myself. And I'm interested how far I can change myself. Because yet again, what else am I doing with this life? I have this decaying body. I'm losing strength. I will die at some point. Why am I living in a way that's not optimal for my enjoyment, of course? So the same thought was, why, or do I want to think quicker? Do I want to have quicker thought processes in my head? Yes. Why not? So by defining these, every one of these more deeply, I can possibly change them or realize, wait, do I even need this? Or should I go straight to the starting my own business? Why would I care about job market? If I really was interested, if I really had motivation, and if I really am smart, wouldn't I be able to create some business? With the ability to break the norms and even break the productivity limits, possibly with IRAC and with my philosophy, that's perfect, or that has more potential than any other, because it can't break. And I can kind of fool myself, fool my brain, whatever I want, however I want. It's a scary thought, but also, well, it has a lot of potential. And one example that I have mentioned a lot in my private streams, private vlogs, I'm not sure if I have mentioned it here, but what if I wanted to get visibility for this project, that it was done, or it was in a point where visibility was good? Why shouldn't I go around this building and start knocking doors and just start introducing myself and talking about, mentioning this, hey, I'm this, and I'm doing this sort of project currently. Would you be interested? Or word it in some other way. It doesn't matter. What will I lose? What is it actually that I would lose by breaking the social norm and asking something? Normal people would be embarrassed. It would be difficult for them to handle, but for me, I haven't felt any indicator that at this stage that it would cause a problem. Of course, before that, I would need to develop myself to not feel anxious or awkward knocking to random people's doors. But that's just an example that if I really wanted something and I could change my feelings, no matter, I wouldn't feel social pressure, that the potential and possibilities some or quickly are way past what I would normally think, or what normal people would have. And that is scary thought, that I'm not doing as much as I could. I have been thinking about this lately, and one of the biggest mysteries for me at the moment is how well I can work and how good output I could give. Because as I said earlier, I don't really have that good skills at the moment. I have the motivation, yes, and the ability to learn. I have perfect working attitude, but I just lack experience. Even on web development, should be my area. I have to rely on AI because it's been like 3 years when I studied this topics in school. So that's my kind of goal that I thought earlier, that I would focus on first trying to create value, learn to learn, and then I would be more sure about myself, but I would have something to show also to others, so that I wouldn't go and start initializing side quests in my life that I couldn't keep up with. As I said in the beginning this stream, that communication is easy. That's one of the easiest parts. Getting in touch with people, it's super easy. It's the value that I could create, I could give, that's more difficult, and one of the biggest question marks, how much value I could create if I improved my skills, especially around this hierarchy, because that's the biggest mystery. And as I used an example here, if I realize that, hey, actually my skills are way better than I anticipated, then I wouldn't even need to focus on this at all. I would go straight to starting my own business, rather than start or look for some ready or already made up job. I noticed some views happened just before, and I felt the pressure to keep going and explain, but that's obviously not how it should be. I shouldn't feel any different when someone comes to watch this. So I think next time when I notice that, okay, concurrent viewers, there are some viewers watching this live, I shouldn't, or I should do the opposite of try to be calm and not be affected by them. Yeah. And I could right away try to remove it or change the feeling. Let's see. So someone comes here and starts to follow what I do. Why do I care? Why do I feel anxiousness? That I'm doing something wrong. I'm always doing something wrong. It's on them to not point it out. I subconsciously feel or think this in too small scale. But of course, if I think, okay, now I'm presenting something, I could feel anxious, but again, what is my goal with this streaming? I have some real goals that could help humanity in the future. That's the point, that no one can critique me on this, or okay, they can critique me, but I think I'm doing the right thing. If they think that I should do something else instead, they can say it. But before that happens, in my mind, there's nothing they could. Well, yeah, why would I care? This is obviously something that consciously I don't care, but subconsciously it raises some past experiences, situations, traumas maybe. In school, going to in front of the class and needing to read something in English or Swedish, or just doing some book report. And even if I have cleared this on my own, on my private blog, this is an example where it doesn't transfer immediately or directly. This is different than if it was live or in real life, people were actually physically here following my work. But that would be better, I think. It's worse not knowing who is watching. It could be just a random person, it could be, or it's probably one of my family members, because yeah, I haven't made any real videos that could be shown to random people. No one can follow this easily. Okay, maybe it's not that really. So where was I? Iraq, yes. So I came to a point where I don't know my potential, and that's a problem, because I don't want to aim too low. If I aimed too low, I would lose that potential or potential value. Yeah, the social norm, I think that is the biggest problem. That people are used to working like 40 hours a week. But that's not what I would follow. But it still affects me. It affects how I think about work. And the pacing as well. Because in normal conversations, people talk very in similar pace. I am often slower as I'm here, but yeah, that's again something that, especially in my mind, if I think, why should I think the normal pace? Why should I think in normal pace? Okay, but that is just one tool. Think faster. But what am I thinking? Why am I trying to think more quickly? I think one way I could develop this is by realizing that how quickly I do think, and then realizing that I can change that. That's, I think, most or often the reason why people want more, because they see that someone else has more and they realize, hey, I could get also that amount if I did this. And if there is a possibility that people can't look away, in my case, it has happened in self-development, that because I know I can change myself, then I want to do that. Yeah, this requires more meditating, more getting used to the idea of me just removing more connections with normal or social norm, not caring what others think. Yeah, the potential there. What is my current goal? So a sub goal is to live faster. Okay, and then reach my thinking potential. And by that I would mean the same thing really, that if I use IRAC and I notice, hey, I could think even faster, even better, maybe I would naturally want to do that then. Solve word is worst problems ASAP, as fast as possible. Do I want to wait? What's after that? Then live doing nothing. That's my ultimate goal. Yeah, no, not really, but then live, I don't know, perfect life. Simple life without needing to worry about this. Yeah. World peace, how difficult can it be? Stupid problems. So that's the aim really, is to solve that as fast as possible, and then also try to break from this simulation by reaching my thinking potential. So reaching my limits. Live faster, yeah, why not? Yeah. And both of these kind of mean that forget social norms. They're stupid.
Okay.
What's my current goal? Be faster. Put them first here. Money could be, or it is sub goal, because with money I would focus on what I want, what needs to be focused on more, and also I could support others. So definitely, if I could also help or gain skills while getting money, that would be great. Get kills. Yeah, that's the statistics that I don't really care too much. I'm not there to, well, yeah, if this is a simulation, it has shitty rules. No aim. What is the aim? AI. Merak. What even is this? Do I really want this? Actually, yes. That example, what I told earlier, me just wanting to sit and enjoy life in peace, and hearing that annoying clash of people arguing and fighting with each other, that is annoying. I want to live in a life where that doesn't happen, in this way. I don't mind people living miserably and everything, but if the system was good, but the only problem was that they didn't find themselves or their places in the world, but they could get help, and yeah, the system is supportive and not one-sided and everything. I don't mind that. Of course, people will suffer and they get jealous and everything. People are animals after all. But yeah, those kind of one-on-one problems I don't care to solve. I just want to solve the system. It's a small little puzzle, and after that I can choose what I want to do next. But the basis of that is peace. No one likes stress. People who think they like stress are just trying to avoid some topic. Okay. For the social norms. So this is the bottleneck, this is the goal. I can forget this because, yeah, I need to do this, and all of these are of course not that or as important as this. So how do I solve world's problems as fast as possible? My idea is Have I even tried this before? I don't think so. I started streaming. Yeah, the way I started this was, okay, I laid out here what I had thought before, and then step by step explaining too much that didn't need explanation probably. But the way I have worked is very, very slowly. And as I said, I don't want to start just working on this like they are normal tasks that anyone would work like this. No. If I really want this, then every one of these should make sense. I don't need to guess what should I do next. No, there is no guessing here, because I control my life enough that I can, yeah. Okay. So my idea is that with this project, this will enable, or gamification, politics, very important both. Gamification is there to help people learn faster. So it's not just for politics in general, but with politics is important. And political system right now is not at a state where it needs to be if proper democracy would be could be implemented. So better political systems and better ways for people to learn about politics. So this project important. Is it really the most important thing that I could do right now? I think yes. Right now I have, because it already has some traction. People know about this. I can get help very easily if I asked from many people. They would like to help me. So, and I have at least still I have a partner to work with on this, and that's great. So this is very important right now. And I would say that as I go forward, or as I start this properly, the living faster, so thinking faster, reaching my thinking potential using IRAC, this is the most important thing, because this will enable me pivoting from this project to something else, or to come up with a new business idea. This will help me break the social norms faster, and yeah, I will reach this goal faster if I'm able to give a better value myself, control myself fully. So this is super important, and this is the one reason why I don't go knocking on people's doors yet, because I can't follow up. If I go there and I get some emails, some contact information, I don't have time. I can't manage those contacts right now. I feel that it's not important, that I can always do that later. And by doing it later, maybe I'm more prepared. I could easily get other results than what I could do now. What I could do now is just get more social experience. But as I said, that's not really a problem. I feel that when I work with people, I can explain myself well enough, or that they either are interested, they have potential, or not. But the problem is with machines, I'm not that good with machines. I'm not good at building websites. I don't know that much about the world. These are the problems. It's not a problem of getting to know right people. No, that's kind of easy. But the problem is that if I meet people now, I rely on what they know. And in my experience, people, or many people, don't know that much. They wouldn't be able to help me on solving this. They are focusing on way narrower part or scale, yeah, smaller scale than this. I'm thinking about global democracy. So that's why networking is not necessary right now. What's more, and as I put it here, that I'm very much okay being influenced by others. I'm open to suggestions of what I will do with my time and resources. But I feel very strongly that I can just forget others at this stage. That idea that I would become this tool that others could influence, okay, what will I use my time on? That was mainly on July and August, because then I wasn't this ready. I didn't know my potential. I didn't know how much I could change in the next few months that I have changed. But I think I realized this on October or November, when I already changed it here, shaping my vision. That this was previously, I thought I would control 20 or decide 20% in my life and let others decide 80%. Then at some point in October, probably, I switched it to 50-50. But okay, I will take more control over my own life and decisions. But now it feels like it is close to 90% what I will decide on my own, just because no one can understand my life. That is very, very certain. On October, I think it was already, when I changed that much, so much, that I realized I wouldn't be able to explain how I feel to my past self a few months ago. Then I realized it better than ever before, how impossible it is to explain it myself, my point of view, to someone else, whole other person, if I couldn't even explain it to myself, that had those, or most, the same ideas and life just a few months earlier. Then yeah, so coming back to this, there is just no way that I would get that much influenced by anyone else. Maybe on the decisions on what to work on, maybe I will agree with someone that, hey, okay, I should focus on AI fully, or I should focus on, I don't know, going to Brazil and stop people from cutting the trees. Probably not that, but anyways, that way more is resting on my own shoulders on here, this matter, that I anticipated, at least so far. Maybe with this EA, maybe I will get some mentor or some person that will give a better answer. Maybe I should be focusing on economics, creating billion-dollar business, and that could create the most good or get me fastest to here. But in my vision, that's not the problem. It's not the problem of having money, because if there is no one that can create those ideas, create the perfect or the best possible website for collaboration or app or API, if there are no people like that, what will I do with money? That's the thing. What will I do with that? Of course, if I will be able to come up with some idea that, hey, this only needs money, then okay, then it's an issue. But I feel that it's way more important to actually come up with the solutions, the ideas, and become a person who can motivate others to do good as well. I don't know if I mentioned that, but here the collaboration part wasn't that clear. Oh yeah, now I remember I did mention the ambassador being that. And of course my timeline is my whole life, whatever I have left. But yeah, so understanding more myself, doing more. So this project, what is the perfect project, perfect kind of app that could be created? Can I come up with that idea? If not, how can I create some other solution to change the way how we communicate? Social media platform, a new kind, if I can't even do this. And because I'm thinking in a very long future, in big scale, being able to think and come up with new ideas, constantly change, is way more important than just getting a job. Or yeah, how quickly can I achieve this? Start to use start to develop IRAC. Yeah, that is interesting. Today, or I have felt all the possible reasons not to think IRAC. But with this state, shouldn't I be able to do that? Personal website, yeah, none of these matter, but they are still important to do, because actually they might not be. I don't care about the technology itself, especially with AI nowadays. It's about the solution. I could create this completely in my head, and then do it and realize, wait, I can't do it this way. Okay, do another plan. But with this, I'm able to kind of do everything else. And then it's just about, well, maybe speed reading, trying to understand as quickly as possible using AI as well, browser, then handle everything in my brain. Okay, so if that's the case, I really want to optimize this. Should I just end this stream right away? Start thinking. One, or I need to create some ground rules, or yeah, it would be best to focus on IRAC. What if it fails? What if I noticed, hey, it's too difficult, I will switch to entertainment. Then I focus on that, fix that, come back, go back. Previously it wasn't possible because I had so much to discover in myself, in this reality, but now I feel that that really is the, yeah, it is the bottleneck, me being able to think, because it really depends, or what I should do is completely dependent on how much I can think, how well I can think, and how good results I can output. If I can, because the thing is, if I can completely change myself, if I'm able to handle all information, all new information like never before, I might forget this streaming part immediately and start to look for people to collaborate with. Maybe if I could do more work in 1 month than normal people in 1 year, I don't need the screens, I don't need the skills to make all this happen, maybe. So it would speed up the work so much. Of course, someone watching this, yeah, it's just in theory. I'm thinking about the long term, or best possible scenario. But the point here is I don't know about my limits. How much can I change my brain chemistry for this? Become fast thinker. Remove all barriers of what I can think, how fast I can, how much I can think in a day. One important thing is to remember, don't get tired. It shouldn't happen. Remember to, or yeah, be able to go forward, forget, and not have that track, which is very heavy. The brain is starting to signal that, hey, you have learned enough today. So taking breaks. How much? Yeah. What is the optimal? Good question. Gamify Politics project. Of course, I should start doing those as well. But if I think this logically, if I'm able to use IRAC, then that's what I should switch on immediately, because I'm able to think about this and come up with perfect schedule that will give the best results. And do I need to, or should I continue streaming think while I stream? I don't think so, at the moment at least, because it will really affect how I'm able to think if I have even a little pressure to talk aloud, but also even a little pressure from this streaming itself. Holding a VR headset, I could use a laptop, but then what's the point? I'm not even interested in having a conversation with anyone. If someone comes here now and asks about some philosophical matter, how interested would I be to answer that? Because that would take time from my own self-discovery. Okay. It was kind of interesting how this turned out, but yeah, it's logical why I should focus on this. And as I said, at least how I feel that I have already discovered most or almost everything that there is to discover about me and my life, that it's so clear, it's so simple, that it created some struggle to even cope with that. Maybe cope. Yeah, I really do feel that this should be the best thing. Of course, when I start speed reading, understanding the world, reading news, AI, I'm gonna do that on stream if I can. Or probably yes. But maybe without talking. But anyways, yeah. Now I do feel that I'm breaking so many norms that I'm used to. Immediately changing my plans and working differently than I have used. Okay, I think that's it. Do I care about this? Putting notes to GitHub and thinking about my future plan. Decided to focus on IRAC for now. Yeah, that's good enough. I will now commit the changes. Git status, git add, git commit. Warning. Sure. Stream 35 and git push. Oh, what? Git push. All right, and that's it. Tomorrow, not tomorrow, next time, or at some point maybe, I will put the link to actually, I might do that right away. Where did I have that? because I can put this to stream settings, edit, link to the nodes, GitHub. Okay. Update and live update plan. Yeah, that's good. Let's update it and end stream.